Oh, balls. These for now. Good morning. Good afternoon, whatever. Making a bassinet, a rocking bassinet. This is one of the two panels for the sides. Yeah, morning, Turner. Hi, Zarek. Whoops. It's like 50 degrees here today, so it's pretty chilly. So there's panel number 2. The curly maple, curly cherry, and the black walnut. Got to do some sanding, some final trim. I do have a couple of small little gaps to fill. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Good. What's up, buddy? How you doing? How's everyone doing this weekend? It's going to be a super boring day. I'm just going to sand. Sand, trim out this little bit of glue that's in here. Inside the panel, since this is recessed. Just working on... You're working on lizards? Let's see. We can probably put you all over here. Working on your stomach right now. Yeah, I decided to eat some lunch before I came out here. I know them feels, bruh. I'm gonna try to knock some of this glue off without having any crazy tear out. We're going to have to do some chisel work down in the panel to get that glue out of there, but it is what it is. What's up, Ricker? How you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. It's going to be a super boring day. Well, super boring couple hours. I don't know if I have the stomach to do sanding all day long. Hope you guys got some fun plans this weekend. Yeah, Memorial Day weekend and all. That's what it is, right? Memorial Day? Yeah, Memorial Day. Don't know that I want to do 80 grit. I don't think we're going to do 80 grit there. We're going to start with 120. Plan to stay home. I go to the shop, do a video. Oh yeah, Ricker. Stay home, maybe grill a burger. That's my plans this weekend. I got a lot of stuff I got to get done around the house. It's starting to not rain anymore, but I also got a lot of beer to drink. A lot of whiskey to drink. And a lot of grilling to do. Got some friends to hang out with when we all get a little bit of time. We're just going to tuck that over there. I wish the weather would warm up a little bit. My local fish and boat commission actually put out a thing telling everybody to stay off the water this weekend. Because, you know, it's a big boating weekend. People go out, get drunk, get on the boat. Right? Except for the water temperature hasn't gotten up to normal yet. Normal for this time of year. And the air temperature is cold. So they put out a warning telling people to just not do it, which you know is not going to happen. 100%. Your new shirt comedy series? There you go. Oh yeah, Ricker, look forward to seeing that. Yeah, I agree, Loco. Couldn't pay me enough to be on the water today. Even if it wasn't cold, if it was perfect weather out there, like the water was warm and 80 degrees or whatever, I still wouldn't do it. Too many stupid people out there. I also don't drive anywhere on holidays. Like, just not feeling it. It's too much risk for stupid. Well, I don't drive anywhere on holidays if I can avoid it. Let me hit this real quick with some 120. See how it's gonna look. I hope I don't have to step up to 80 grit. I'm hoping that a 120 will do good. So give me just a few minutes here. If I can turn the damn thing on. I don't think it's going to happen, Vacro, but it's grilling season in America, so you could probably just make one. All right, so I got a little spot there. I don't think I'll have to. I got a little spot there, little spot there. I don't think I'll have to step up to 80 grit. I think I'll suffer through 120 right a little bit, and I don't want to step up to 80 grit and be too aggressive on it. But it's not enough. It's not enough to justify jumping up to 80 grit. 80 grit will be, I mean, it'll be faster, but it'll be so much more aggressive. We'll just do 120 a couple of times. A couple passes on that. We got this little corner here, which you guys might not be able to see. How did my cord get all wrapped around? There we go. So you see this little bit here, right here? It's just a little bit of a lip right there. You can see the glue. And then there's a tiny bit of glue up here. And then, oh, a tiny bit of glue right here. And we're ignoring this inside the panel for now. We'll take care of that before we do the final sand, the 220 sand. Man, my phone, my charge cord got wrapped up in all kinds of stuff. There we go. All right. So I'm just going to do a couple more passes with the 120. Try to work this down without making it. I don't want to just sand right here and cause it to have a dish there. So we're going to try to sand a little more aggressively here, but spread it out over the whole thing. Kind of work that dish out. If that makes sense. I gotta turn my little fan on. Hey CJ, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Drazem, same to you. Yeah, same to you. So I'm curious to see if the rubbing alcohol, it makes the wood. It kind of gives you the idea of what it's going to look like when it's got the finish on it. But I haven't tested to see if it's going to make the spots that have glue on it stick out like it would with a finish. So we're going to do this real quick and see. Just because I'm curious. Oh, it does. It does make it stick out. It's not very pronounced, but there is a definite color change here and here. So I should be able to use that. Definitely a color change here and here. I should be able to use that to make sure that I have all my glue cleaned up. There's a little bit more here, but I bet that'll come out with the next grit. There's a little bit right there. All right. So I can use the rubbing alcohol to give me an idea on if I got the glue or not. Good. That is super handy information. Like I said, I never tested that before, but I didn't see why it wouldn't work. All right. We're going to skip one. Yeah, we'll go 150. Why not? I got a bunch of 150 grit because I generally skip that grit. So we'll do some 150 and then we'll swap up to 180. We won't do the 220 yet. The 220 we will do after we get everything cleaned up. All the glue that's down in the panels. And that way, if we damage the finish at all, we don't have to re-sand it. Waste time doing that again. I should probably wait a few minutes until that flashes off. Oh, goodness. Look at that. It's after 12. What's up, Sergeant Grass? How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Happy Memorial Day weekend. So we sprayed this with, if you weren't here, Grass, sprayed this with alcohol. Because I wanted to see if it showed the glue that hadn't been sanded off yet. And it does. It's not as prominent as if you put a finish on it. If you put a finish on it, it'll stick out like a sore thumb. But it does give me the ability to check it to make sure that I got all the major glue chunks or bits off. So that's cool. Maybe do some nefarious activities. Hell yeah, Grass. Get after it, buddy. I got steaks in the fridge, or a steak, really nice steak in the fridge for grilling later. Got some burgers. Got a bunch of booze, and I got some firewood just in case the weather gets nice and I can spend an evening sitting by the fire. If not, I got that propane fire pit. Drunk and crabs. Giggity. Maybe that's what he meant by the nefarious activities. Good morning. What the hell is that name? That's a long name. Good morning, I love Tyler, the Creator. That's a weird name, but all right. Good for you. See you, Grass. Enjoy your weekend, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, just Tyler? All right. Good morning, Tyler. Or good afternoon, I guess. Well, good afternoon, my time. So one of the things that you should do to make sanding a little less annoying is an air gun, a brush, a tack cloth, whatever you got. Clean your wood off between grits. That way, if any of the grit has fallen off and is sitting on the wood, when you go to the next grit, you're not grabbing a hold of that one couple of grains or whatever and smearing them around and causing deeper scratches when you're trying to go smaller. An air gun works, really well, but that does blow a lot of dust up into the air. I like to use just a deck brush. It's really soft. It's super soft, so it's not going to scratch anything, and it gets in there. It's big enough that it doesn't take a whole lot. Just cleans it off a bit, and thanks, Not Good Bob. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We have another one just like this. It's sitting back here on the shelf that we will also have to sand. So you got a little bit of glue right there that I'm going to have to take care of with some spot sanding. I think that takes care of the 150. I think we're going to step up to 180. And that'll be it for the bulk sanding on this side. Obviously, we still have to work on the panels in here, clean up that glue, that squeeze out that I caused. But we're going to do some 180, and then the other side of the panel, this side we're going to just go with we're going to scrape it, obviously. But this side we're going to go with 80 grit because we want to knock it all down flat. We want it all to be smooth, and some bits are a little higher than others. Just the way the panel's set. Like the maple to cherry is pretty even. But the black walnut panels, they fit a little looser and they allowed to move around, like forward and backward this way. So we'll just work everything down so it's nice and flat. Like I said, that'll be an 80 grit. We'll just go to town on it. But for now, let's do 180 and get this side almost done. What's up, Robert? Country Carpenter. How you guys doing? Thanks for coming. Appreciate you guys. All right. So there's 180 grit. Took it up from 120 to 150 to 180. And this side, obviously, the only thing we could sand is the cherry and the maple, the stiles and the rails, because well, the panel is inset. So we do have, like I said, we do have a little bit of work to do on the panels, but that's going to be not machine sanding. That's going to be hand sanding. Just tiny little bits of sanding on the edges, and this one random dot here, this little bit right there. And then we'll hit the bevel of some of our maples. Some of them feel a little rough, and I don't like it. It's probably, yeah, it's right where the most curl is. The little 45 in there feels a little rough, but it's okay. We'll hit it with something, maybe a little bit of 320 or something to kind of smooth it out. Before we do that, we'll put a piece of tape on the black walnut, because we'll sand the maple this way to go with the grain, and we don't want to go across the grain of the black walnut. So black walnut grain goes left to right, the maple grain goes up and down. It's a 6-inch sander. No, I don't like the 6-inch sanders, to be honest. I like my little 5-inch one. The 6-inch, I don't feel like I get the same level of sanding across the whole thing. I had a 6-inch air one for a while. I probably still have it. It's probably in one of the drawers over there. But the center of the pad seemed to have more pressure than the sides did. So I always felt like I was getting a kind of a scalloped sanding. Now, it could have just been that sander, but it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth for all of them. See if we can knock off some of this glue without causing any real tear out. Now, I could use a chisel for this to just knock the high points of the glue off, but I don't want to take the chance of doing anything crazy. I'm just trying to pop the glue off, not. I don't want to gouge the wood, so I'm just using a scraper. Just kind of popping it. Even if I don't pop the whole thing off, if I just knock the high points off, the sander will take care of everything else. believe it or not, glue that is sitting on the surface of the wood doesn't really have that strong of a bond to the wood. Now, it can definitely grab a hold of the bits and tear it out, so you want to be careful. And I'm not using my scraper because my grain goes, two different directions. I'm just trying to knock off some of the glue. There, that should be enough to sand. It just reduces the amount of time you have to sand. That's it. Yeah, block plane will definitely take off some glue, that's for sure. Good afternoon, Wayne. How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Sorry. So I do have some spots. I do have quite a bit to take off. But, everything moves a little bit. And I was thinking about using the belt sander. I think that's going to be a little bit too aggressive. I could use the belt sander. It would make quick work of it. Let me see what a pass with 80 grit will do. See, some of these spots I do have quite a bit to take down. Just the way everything moves. We're going to give the belt sander a shot. Let's see how that plays out. The belt sander will give me a larger flat area. As long as I don't tilt it, I should be able to get consistently flat panel. What's up, Michelle Sanino? Hey, Bear, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Now, the belt sander will make quick work of this. It'll definitely make quick work of this. You got to be careful with it. Let's see. That feels like a 120 grit. With a belt sander, you can go much lower grit. Or much higher grit, I guess. Depending on how you're looking at it. Like 80 grit on the belt sander is going to be super aggressive compared to 80 grit on a random orbital. 120 is going to be far more aggressive than, you know, on this than it would be on the random orbital. Now this one doesn't have a speed adjustment, so that's just some cheap Craftsman one, because I don't use belt sanders very often, but they do have their uses, right? In fact, apparently I've used this one quite a bit. Bag is almost full. I should probably empty that bag out. Now, like I said, I don't use a belt sander very often because it is usually far more aggressive than I need it to be. But it does come in handy if you're doing stuff with like rough sawn lumber and you don't want it to be smooth. You just kind of want to knock down the like fuzzy bits. Like I built a pergola once with rough sawn Amish lumber. And I just wanted to knock down the fuzzies a bit. So I threw some 80 grit on the belt sander and went to town on it. It didn't clean it up as smooth as this, but it wasn't as rough. If that makes sense. Hey, Giovanni, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. All right, so this is going to make a lot of noise. Hopefully this... You know what, I should probably throw a clamp on this just in case. I don't want this to pull off the table. All right. Give me a few minutes. Alright. That knocked it down a lot. Now the issue with the belt sander is I will have a lot of repair to do. But I did knock it down substantially. All the high spots, the exception of right here, which I should be able to do much easier with the palm sander. But if you don't hold it just flat, or you don't, tilt it front to back, left to right, you will get gouges and stuff. And if you sit in one spot for too long, you'll cause issues. But it is really effective at just knocking it down. I would never, ever use one as a finish sander, right? Or as my only method of sanding. But it does do rough work very efficiently. Blows a lot of dust around, though. What's up, Morrow? How you doing? Just cleaning the dust off my phone. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Good morning, Wes. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Lord, that was a lot of sanding. Still not done. This is just 80 grit. To be honest, I probably could have dropped down to 60 grit. But I was just trying to work down. I still have to work this one down a little bit. In this section right here. So you'll notice that I'm sanding differently than I usually do. Usually I'm very adamant about not spot sanding, right? If you spot sand, you lower that spot, and then when you run your hand across it, you get a dip or a rise or whatever is going on. But I have this board here that's got a slightly higher section here. This board here has got a little higher section right here. Well, both of these have a little higher section right here in this corner. And then this one here has a slightly higher section just along this edge. The cherry is fine. It's the maple that has just a slightly higher edge. So you'll see that I spot sand, and when I'm doing that, I'm just trying to work down that maple. Because the maple is harder than the black walnut. The black walnut is harder than the cherry. So if I go across it all evenly, all I'm going to end up doing is working the cherry and the black walnut down more than I work the maple down. Particularly the cherry will drop down quicker. So if you do a controlled spot sand, or you're just trying to work down that high spot, you got to be careful, but you can do it. And then you run your hand across it, with the exception of that and that, this little spot here. Well, when I run my hand across it, I don't feel like a dip there where I've been sanding. Which, smooth to the feel is more important than, putting a straight edge on it and having a perfectly flat surface. Smooth to the feel means you don't have a whole lot of this going on. When you're running your hand across it, you're not doing that. And in this particular instance, we don't need perfectly flat. We just want smooth. So I got to switch out my sandpaper. I got to switch to another piece of it. And hit this and this again a little bit more. And I think maybe a little bit more over here. Yep, right there. I think that'll be it for getting it smoothed out, and then we can step up the grits. And then we can go through, fill these, fill this little spot here, this little spot here, and this little spot here. There was a little spot here, but it's filled with glue, so we're going to leave it. Actually, that little spot's filled with glue as well. This one has a little spot that doesn't have glue in it. And here, and here. But we do have to fill this inclusion. We got a couple here that need filled. This panel is fine. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hi, Antonio. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. You guys got me up to 500 subscribers. I just seen that the other day. I greatly appreciate that. That's awesome. And it's been mostly just me working on this and shooting the breeze. So that's awesome. I greatly appreciate that. Never thought I'd get that many people wanting to watch me goof off. Couple of more. eventually we'll get to the point that YouTube will pay me for doing this stuff. I mean, maybe not live. I don't know how that works, but then maybe I'll put a little more effort into the videos. Scrapers? Yeah, scraper probably work pretty good. For these high spots. The issue is I'm not very good at using a scraper. So I'm not very efficient with it. Somebody who does use scrapers much more than me probably would have been done with this by now. A scraper or a hand plane, anything like that. But since I don't use them very often, I'll stick with the sandpaper. I'll just spend some time. It's only this once I get this flat, the rest of the sanding doesn't take long at all. It's the initial flattening and smoothing that takes a while. So it's all right. I'll spend a little more time on this, and it'll be okay. I definitely appreciate the opinion, though. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I have learned different ways to do stuff. Probably faster, or learned about different ways to do things faster doing this live stream thing than I have over the years of me just doing stuff. So definitely share your input. I don't mind at all. And it may actually help somebody else who's watching the video. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to spot sand these last few areas and see what we got. So I want to make sure that everybody knows, like, I don't know everything, right? And there's things that I don't even think about. I'll get stuck in one process, and that is the only way that I will do something, because that's the way that I've always done it. So if anybody has opinions, tips, tricks, don't ever be afraid to share them. I'm not going to get upset with you. And I don't imagine anybody in the chat would get upset with you. Now, if your opinion is to go buy Festool products, well, you can bite me. But if you have tips and opinions on techniques and tools and stuff, like using a scraper, for example, absolutely nothing wrong with sharing that. All right, so I got to pick out some little pieces of bark, and then we can fill those. What's up, Hein? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Creating a lot of sawdust here. Pardon me while I blow my camera off. All right. I'm gonna grab some picks. I'll clean out some of this little bark here, and we'll fill those. These other ones we're gonna worry about. Actually, I'll probably fill this one with the brown CA glue. There's a little bit of a gap right here, just in this section. It's the only panel that has a little bit of a gap, and that's probably my fault. When I was trimming them down the other day, Thursday, I probably missed that tiny little bit. So let me try to clean that out real good. Now, these other little spots like here and there, we're not going to do that with the CA glue. We'll fill that later when we get down about the final finish or final sanding. Do, 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 do. So because this one's a little bigger, we're going to fill it in stages. We're not going to do it all at once. Plus it goes under this little piece here. Goodness. Hmm. Now, typically you wouldn't use just CA glue to fill in a void like this. Probably want to use epoxy, some sort of a backer. But it's not big enough for me to do any epoxy to put in here. So filling it with CA glue in stages is just fine. Also, keep your CA glue in the freezer. In fact, Starbond recommends you keep it in the freezer. $5U 8:30 a.m. Hey, Delane, how you doing? Now, Sarah, I got no idea what that means, but so I don't know how cold some of you guys get, but it's got to be very cold for CA glue to freeze. So unless you're in, I don't know, Alaska or Canada or the Arctic, it's probably never going to get cold enough. So you don't have to worry about it freezing in your freezer. But it does slow down the activation process. Delane, I'm not doing bad. We got this panel. We're working on sanding it. Just had to fill the inclusions. We got it flat now. On the back side, it's nice and smooth. So once I'm confident that this CA glue is dry here in this bigger knot that was here, we'll sand it again. Knock down all the CA glue, make sure we don't have any pinholes, and see how it looks. I did see that this does come into the heart here, so I'll have to fill that. The heart I'm going to have to hand sand. I can't put a machine in there, right? So I'll hand sand that inside of that to make it nice and smooth. So I'll fill that side with CA glue and hand sand it, but what do I do with my activator? There it is. It was not dry. A Dremel and say, oh yeah, that's not a half bad idea. No, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. Also, thank you, Delane. I appreciate that. I think that'll be good. Butter from scraping your hand? Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I do have my Dremel in the house. It's something that I don't think of very often. I really got to start thinking about using that thing more. All right, nice and smooth. That one's filled. These are filled. This one's filled. That one's filled. The only one that needs filled yet is inside this heart. And we're not concerned about that right now. But I will be right back in just a second. Oh, yeah, definitely not. I'm not practiced well enough with the Dremel to feel confident going after this without doing it on some scrap first. Oh, yeah, 100%. I will murder this thing. So, give me just 1 second. I'll be right back, folks. Just 1 second. All right, I'm back. So, we say we hit this with the next grit. Look at that. That piece of sandpaper is definitely never getting used again. Let's see. We'll go from 80 to 120. We want to make sure we can get rid of all of the scratch marks from the belt sander and then from the 80 grit. All right. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Hope somebody's going to have some nice cookouts. A couple of nice cookouts. Maybe do some fishing. Also, if you guys don't know, Amy Jo, her channel, check her out. She does cool carbons like that. Definitely worth watching. She also does like what does she call them? Sprites, like little people. She does really good work. She does all that stuff with like a Dremel. She's far more talented than I am with a Dremel tool. All right, let's do some more sanding. You guys don't need to look at me that much. Turn you back this way. Angle you back down. There we go. Alright, and it was some 120. See if we can't get rid of all of the 80 grit swirls and the belt sander scratches across the green. I think they're all gone. Let's see where we're at here. Like I said, after you get, well, at least after I get a panel flattened, smoothed out, it's the next steps of the grips don't usually take long. You can usually do it in one, maybe two passes. But it's already been flattened. It just needs to have the all you're doing is you're sanding out the grooves from the previous grit, making it much smoother, making it look better. So, if I don't have any swirl marks that I can see, we'll move on to the next grit. Any big swirl marks, because obviously I'm going to have 120 swirl marks. What I don't want is anything much more aggressive than that. I think we're good. So we'll bump up to 150. Then we'll do 180. And we won't do the 220 yet. We will not do that yet. The 220 we will do after we do our routing. And we cut it down to size. Because obviously this is too long. Right? This has to be cut down. It's going to get a little bit cut off the top and bottom. It's going to get a round over, a full round over, and a half round over. You guys know the drill. There. I did brush this off, right? I think I did. What's up, Rhinestone Susan? How you doing? Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Hope you're having yourself a great weekend. You know, when I initially used this piece right here that's got this like weird spot right in the middle, I didn't like it. I didn't like the way it looked. But as we work through the sanding grits, I rather like it. It's not half bad. Wonderful rainy weekend. We're covering for you. There you go. Yeah, it just stopped raining here. It's and I guess tomorrow we're not supposed to have rain, but then I think Monday is supposed to be raining again. So, you know, rain just enough to turn everything into a swampland. And that's all right. I'll grill in the rain. I don't mind. And I got a little canopy thing on my deck, so I can sit under that with the little propane fireplace going. Gotta be honest, guys, this thing feels great. STL, how you doing, buddy? Your husband loves grilling in the rain? Right on, Susan. I have been known. What was it? Was it last year? I think it was last year. We had a bunch of snow. My grill is on my deck, right? My propane grill. And I wanted to grill steaks. And the snow was, about waist deep. So I shoveled out up to the grill, the little path in front of it, right? Like if this is the grill, I had a little path on this side. And then right behind that path, I just carved out a little seat in the snow. We sat out there, had a few beers sitting in the snow pile, and grilled. Also, STL, Greg, my day is going perfect. It's going perfect. This is coming along rather nicely. I mean, we still have a whole other one to do, but... And then we have the 2 end caps to do. And we still have to fix, the little glue squeeze out panel on the front in the panels. That's not a big deal. Fix a couple little gaps, and then cut it down to size, do our routing and all that happy stuff, but it's coming along rather nicely. And that feels good. All right, so because I want to give my hand a break for a minute, we're gonna do this. That's only 150 grit. We're gonna spray it first, just because we're getting to that point where the project that I like, and that's seeing the final result. But we're gonna spray it, make sure I didn't miss any glue anywhere, which I don't think I did, but it's possible. If I put finish on it and I missed glue, I will be very upset. Very upset. Oh, no worries, bud. No worries. Sounds fun. Looks great. Yeah, I love the way this is looking. So we found out that spraying the rubbing alcohol on it will show the glue if you had glue spots that you didn't sand off. It's not as vivid as it would be if you had put finish on it, but it does stick out. It does show imperfections. Man, that looks good. You guys can't see the curly maple, I don't think, in that image, but I can see it looking at it this way. This also does get to peel off some of the sawdust and stuff that's stuck to it. A little bit of curl in this black walnut here and here. Yeah. Thanks, Susan. I appreciate it. I just need to give my hand a rest for a minute. That's a lot of vibration. We've been sanding for almost, well, probably 2 hours out of this, 2.5 hours, I would imagine. Pretty close to it anyway. So this is the inside, right? Like the baby will be in against this side, right? It'll be like this, right? Then there'll be the bottom and the other panel over here, which is why we wanted that to be smooth. This way, there's nothing that a baby can hurt themselves on. Hopefully. And the panel, the drop in on the panels on the other side gives it a little bit of, it's not just a flat, smooth surface. It gives it a little bit of interest. Right? Not a whole lot, just a little bit of different. So, it is Saturday. What are y'all grilling up today? I think today I'm just going to do burgers. After I get done with the live, I'm going to do burgers. And then tomorrow I'm going to do steak. And then Monday I think I'll do chicken. Right? That's true, Delay. That's true. that's very true. But I would still feel bad. Although this thing is very long. But it's a lot shorter than it was going to be. But I also know people put pillows and stuffed animals and stuff in there. This will be the only one that I ever make that looks like this. On call, hope it's a quiet. Oh, I hope it's a quiet day for you too, buddy. Filet mignon, baked potato, and zucchini. Hell yeah. Right? Man, that's going to be way better than my burgers. Man. How are you doing the zucchini, Susan? You just seasoning it up and throwing it on the grill, or do you have like a special way you do it? BYOB? Hey, I've got beer. It's in that fridge. And in the house fridge. And in the basement fridge. I've also got whiskey. A lot of whiskey. I'm going to build a whiskey room. It's going to be my library. Plenty of bourbon and whiskey. See? I've got a very well stocked bar. Well, it's got all my favorites in it, and a few things that I'm not particularly fond of, just because it goes with mixers, like tequila. I don't drink tequila shots, but it does mix well. Slice it up, cook it in butter and cast iron until it's brown. Hey, that's good. Well, I guess I got to do at least the 180, huh? Get that done. And then I know everything's to 180 on this one. And all I have to do is the 220 after we cut it down to size and route it. And clean up the other side. But the 220 sanding probably won't happen until right before we go to assemble. That way, if anything scrapes against it or it gets bumped into stuff, I don't have to do it again. So, let's do some 180. Want to see everyone's bourbon collection? Running low on yours currently? Now, because of the black walnut being more porous, more open pore than the maple and the cherry, I will be blowing this off before I put the hard wax oil on it. Because I don't want to trap any maple or cherry sawdust inside the black walnut. So we're going to blow it off with the air gun, but we're not there yet. So just wanted everybody to know how that was going to go. Let's see. What's my proof out here? Let's see. I don't have any bourbon out here. I've got brandy and I got whiskey. And I'm at 80 proof and 110 proof. That's just the stuff I keep in the shop fridge. My whiskey that's on my bar in the little decanter thing. I can't remember what proof that is. I think it's 120, 125, something like that. Yeah. Yep, that's the maker's mark. Oh man, Susan. I'm a wine collector. I have so many wine bottles. Sorry, instead of blowing guys, I'm gonna use my brush to brush off the. Yep, that's what that is, Delane. Or Delane. Delane? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I hope I am. That's what that is. That's the red label cask strength. I stay away from drinking proper drinks when I'm working. I usually save that for if I'm going to be hanging out in the house or the end of the night, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the first. So I was given a bottle of that, I think as a birthday gift. And I really liked it. And then my local, so I'm in Pennsylvania, we have state stores. Okay? Like, I don't know, government run liquor stores called Wine and Spirits. Neither one of my two local ones had the 46. So once I ran out of that bottle that I was gifted, I was super sad about it. But they finally got it in. I want to say that's my second or third bottle. Can't remember offhand. Yeah, that's it, Susan. I'll drink beer, but I mean beer's just flavored water, let's be honest. If you're If you're a liquor drinker, beer doesn't usually have much kick. But it's more for flavor and something to drink than it is for relaxing. But yeah, anytime I'm running power tools, this is about as hard as I'll get. Or on occasion I'll have some of that 60 proof up there. I'll have a glass of that peanut butter chocolate whiskey. Yeah, they are. It is super affordable. I like it. It's good. It's priced right. It's excellent whiskey. We have they had another bottle next to that. It wasn't the regular Maker's Mark. They had the regular Maker's Mark, then they had the 46 with the red label, and then they had a black label, and I can't remember what that black label one was. But they only had one bottle left of it, and I should have picked it up just because I do like Maker's Mark. Almost done with it? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Are you gonna do a live later, Susan? Is it Susan or Suzanne? I don't. I'm really bad at pronunciation. My apologies. If I'm butchering your names, I'm sorry. It's got to be Suzanne. Oh, you don't do lives? Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. I kind of like doing the lives because I'm going to be Suzanne. Okay. All right. All right. I apologize. I guess the spelling should give it away. I mean, goodness, it has "and" in it. um, I rather do enjoy the lives because I'm going to be out here talking to myself anyway. Might as well have some company. Oh, it feels so good. Even at just 180, that feels good. Been called worse. I tell everyone I'll answer to pretty much anything as long as it's not late for dinner, because I am never late for dinner. I shouldn't say that. I'll have dinner late sometimes. Deland. Oh. All right. I guess I was enunciating the E. D. What was I saying? Deland? Deland? Maybe I was skipping the E. I don't know. Deland. All right. I'm going to try to remember that. I'll probably forget. I apologize. I've talked with my neighbor like 15 times in the last, I don't know, 2 weeks. And I still can't remember his name. Everyone forgets. Yeah. Ah, that feels good. Even for just being 180, it feels good. I don't think we're going to go above 220. I think 220 will be as high as we go. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, I think the oil says, the hard wax oil I got here, I think it says 220. Same way with names. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't say. The only sanding it says is to apply a second coat for a smoother finish, and 320 grit between the coats. These, speaking of forgetting names, I've been living next to these neighbors here for going on 6 years now, and I still can't remember their names. None of them. I'm pretty sure I have their phone numbers. Just don't know who it is in there. Like when I put numbers in my phone, names in my phone, I have to put a descriptive next to it, like neighbor or people from work, things like that. Or if people from people that I meet through the internet, through YouTube or whatever, that have my number. I got to usually put their screen name next to their first name. All right, so I guess we can call that one done for now. We're not going to cut it down yet. We'll cut them both down at the same time. Oh, I was going to sneeze. And then we'll cut one down and we will use it to reference the second one because we want them to both be, the same size. Referential measurements and such with the end caps. Plus, we do have to fix some stuff, and I still have to chisel this out. The glue in here, do some hand sanding in there, but I don't think it looks too shabby. I think it looks pretty good. And you got just that little bit of a recess in there, a little bit of a panel. Give it a little bit of interest. Thank you, Suzanne. All right. Now, we have this one. This one has a couple of gaps that need filled because I didn't put it together right. But it's okay, but it still needs to be sanded. Although it does not have any squeeze out on the inside of the panel, so that's good. I think that'll look really nice. We're getting there. We're getting there. Sorry guys, I'm over here just rearranging stuff so that I don't It's too sexy for my own good. Yeah, emails people generally have a signature on them, and it helps me remember. But I tell you what, some people's emails are vastly different than their screen name, and I will get super confused sometimes. I'm just over here rearranging these things so that it can not damage these and hopefully not have them warp. So we still have our end caps, right? They're still stuck together. Well, They were stuck together. They've warped a little bit. This is what happens when you work wood and then leave it sit around. But I think we'll be okay. I think I have a plan for that. Or I have an idea on how to fix that. Put these over here. Put some stickers under it so that it has some airflow. That should sit pretty flat. Big old chunks. Yeah, that'll be fun. So while I'm thinking about it, oh goodness, blew that right out, drilled through there. Huh. All right. While I'm thinking about it, I might as well peel this double-sided tape off of here. I don't know if it's this has been on there for quite a while. I've never left it on so long, so did peel up a little bit of wood fiber. I mean, not much. The sanding will take care of it, but still didn't leave any residue, at least not on that piece. I mean, this stuff has been on here for a long time. I think there was still snow on the ground when we cut these out. Well, now I know that I can leave this double-sided tape on there for a while and not really have any adverse effects. Although the tape itself does get kind of, it gets a little hard, a little stiff, I guess. It's not as flexible. Kind of like it dries out, maybe. But it's still super sticky. For anybody who didn't know, these are our end caps, right? So this hole here at the bottom by my thumb is where we'll put a pin in, and it'll go through the upright into there to stop it from rocking. Okay, it won't be able to rock if there's a pin in. And this is how we're going to hang it. We'll put, yeah, you can see a little bit of the lines, but like right there by my finger, there's one of the lines, there's a line, but it really didn't leave any residue, which is impressive. I never left the tape on that long. But this is where it'll hang. So there'll be a peg off the upright, and it'll go through here and then slot up. And then the peg will be obviously this big on the other side here to stop it from sliding off. And it'll hang like that. And then the same with the other one. And hopefully it hangs even instead of being like hopefully. But I think what we're going to do is, because these did both bow a little bit, I think what we're going to do is we're going to use that bow to our advantage. And we'll put the bow out And that way this would be the furthest point from the post, or the closest point to the post, rather, to the upright. Yeah, I think we'll work that to our advantage. I do still have to I have to sand these still. I have to engrave them. I gotta be honest, guys. I don't really want to sand this again. It's a lot of sanding, particularly the backside. The front side, not so much, because all you're doing is sanding the tops. And then this one I have to repair, so I don't get to finish sand this. I've got to repair these gaps that I left on here, which I have the pieces over here to cut wedges and put in. I have the offcuts from these so that I can match each one fairly closely. And then I have a couple of pieces on this side that I have to plug. Oh, so much sanding. Hey, Runic, how you doing, bud? So much sanding. Thanks for coming in, man. I seen how your little dragon figurine turned out. That was pretty cool. Oh, welcome, Boomer. We Creation Dust went live. What we've done today is we sanded one of these. We still have to sand this one, and do some gap repair work. And we have one piece that needs to be filled there and a little bit here. Like one inclusion right here. So much sanding. Hey, no worries, Runic. No worries, buddy. Getting your stuff taken care of is way more important than sitting around watching me procrastinate. Not near as fun. We missed the bourbon and whiskey talk. We had a little bourbon, whiskey, and wine chat going on. Oh, Lordy. How long have I been live? 3 hours. Gotta be honest, I don't want to sand this. I just kind of want to chill. But it needs done. Maybe what we can do is we can procrastinate a little more and fix these gaps that need filled. Yeah. Norse sanding is so much fun. I even went at the backside of the last one with a belt sander to cut down on time a little bit. Also, thanks for coming. I appreciate it, bud. Oh, man. I do have to be honest. Sanding is the initial sanding, right? The getting everything flat. It's the most annoying part of woodworking for me. My least liked piece or part of woodworking. After that, after everything's flat and all I have to do is, step up through the grits, that stuff's cake. That goes by quick. All right, what I need to do is I need to cut a couple of wedges. I could probably use the oscillating tool here. Try to match the grain up as best as I can. Then again, I could probably just use the belt sand or the hell, what the hell is that saw? Big old belt on it. Bandsaw. Good lord. Could probably use that. That'd probably be much more efficient and give me a smoother cut. It's currently got all my stuff stacked on it. All my different belts for my sander, or for that sander. One of these days I'll get around to building a hanger. But for now, we'll just put all this back here. Oh, lordy. You tell I haven't used this in a while? That is not going to be steep enough. So what I'll do is I will cut a piece. I got some pieces around here somewhere. I'll cut a piece, double side tape it. All right. Excuse me. I think, goodness. I think we all wish we had a bigger workshop, except for maybe Runic. He's got a big old shop. All right. We're going to do this to try to keep it probably help if I use a flat edge. Why won't you go? Okay, now I should be able to get a much steeper angle. I'll have to double side tape that to the I'm all worried about where that blade's going to be. Never moved it up. All right. So we're going to... Oh, I don't know if I can double side tape to this. I waxed that. We're going to find out. Hey, Carolee. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. Always appreciate it when people come hang out. We're going to see if we can double side tape to wax. If not, well, I got clamps. Clamps will probably work. All right, so what do we go about there? Huh. What's up, Double A? $5'3", 8'4". Oof, that is pretty small. Hey, Cleveland. Thanks for coming, guys. Yeah, Alan, that baby shower, way more important than watching this. All right, that'll give me a much better angle, I think. Maybe I should go a little bit more. That's ridiculously steep. Oh, there we go. We'll go this way. No, you know what? We will go this way. That'll be fine. That'll give me a really long wedge. I will go that way. That one. We'll try that. About to find a corner to hide in. Oh, that's not going to work. That's the wrong side. I need edge grain, not end grain. Or face grain, not end grain. I do have to go this way. Alright. Well, that was stupid. There. Let's do this. Cut this one off again. Gonna be small enough to fit in there? Absolutely will. Alright. Oh, that's what I did. All right. Shouldn't do that. All right. Well, I got my pieces. That's all I need. We'll get other pieces later. Also, it wasn't the right way to hold that. So, what we're going to do is this. We're going to get rid of this. Put that up there. There we go. Okay. Grab my little wooden tappy tap. There's those filled. Why the gap work? Because when I put this panel together, it was hot and humid, and the glue cured faster than I had speed to work with it, and I missed the gaps that were in there. And I didn't have this section square. It was twisted just a little bit. The maples were twisted a little bit, which caused it to be, hitting in this corner and this corner, but not this corner and this corner. It is poor assembly. Poor assembly. It did not have the issue on the other one. But gotta fill them. Can't let them be there forever. Sorry you're boring, Kenny. Maybe one day you'll be less boring. Maybe. Unfortunately, these things happen. Hopefully, I aligned my grain good enough that nobody will really see it. They weren't really big gaps, so hopefully they won't really even be noticeable anyway. Except for this one. This one was a rather large gap. All right. Well, that pretty much calls that done. I probably should have sanded it before I tacked those in there. But now I'm going to let those dry, and then I'll sand them, or I'll cut them off and make sure that my work is good. Meh. At least with filling gaps with wedges of the original material, but it should blend in with the finish. Yep, that's exactly it, Runic. It's not if you make a mistake, it's how you fix it. That I am convinced is probably 80% of woodworking, is how do you fix a mistake and either turn it into a feature or conceal it, I guess. I don't know. Fixing things isn't really concealing it. You're just repairing it. There was a time when I would have glued something like that up, seen them gaps, and thrown it straight into the fire pit and started over. But I also didn't know how to fix things back then. And I would get super angry at myself for making a mistake. It took a long time to get over that. And I think most crafts, mistakes are just things that happen. Maybe it's not even something you did. It could be, maybe you dripped a piece of paint on something and it wasn't supposed to be. Oh man. Well, could you get it you could get like a range extender or something, right? Or not? I don't know. I had a range extender and it died on me. So maybe range extenders aren't that great. Then again, I bought mine on Amazon, so it was assembled by some like 3-year-old Chinese kid. Well, I guess I could put that aside and I could start sanding the end caps. We're definitely not assembling it today. Oh, goodness. They make all your tools? Hey, I think they make most of my tools, too. Oh, gotcha, Runic. Gotcha. And, you know, the other day when I dropped this thing, everything went all crazy. Cattywampus. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they make a good 3/4 of my tools. I really don't want to sand anymore. I really don't. Maybe I'll have an early dinner. I don't know. The LA Express kids know your name. That's fair. That's fair. I've never bought anything from Ally Express or like Temu, but I know people who have gotten both good and bad results from both of them. You know, like pleasantly surprised for some of it, and then others they get probably just poor reading comprehension because a friend of mine ordered some like furniture that they thought was like IKEA stuff, similar, like you had to assemble it, and what they got was like dollhouse furniture. Tomorrow at 2? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll try to pop in. I got some stuff to do tomorrow. But, oh, you be quiet, Steph. Gotcha. So it's probably a reading comprehension issue. They seen something that looked good, and they went, dang, that's only $1 or however much they cost on there. And then got a dollhouse sofa thing. Talking shoulder. Hi, Steph. How's your day going? Sorry. Hi, Steph. How's your day going? Hey, Josh. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. We're just kind of hanging out for the moment right now. Just fix the gaps on this panel. We got the other panel sanded over there. It's underneath the end caps. I'm debating on if I should start sanding the end caps. I mean, I should. I should sand the end caps. I just don't want to. I just spent forever, like 2 hours sanding the other panel. I'm doing good, Josh. How are you? Only had 4 hours of sleep. Slacker. At least you got the kid to keep you awake. How much sleep did I get? I didn't go to bed till like 6. Maybe 6:30. There was a bird outside my window chirping. That annoyed me. Oh, thanks, Josh. No, I said 5:30 or 6. So this was some little design that I had found online somewhere. So the idea is you take your tube from your shop vac and you put it in here in this hole, right? And then you take another hose and a plastic end, put it in this one, and it acts like a cyclone. Okay, and it does work really well. What I had to do was I had to double up the buckets on top and bottom because these Lowe's buckets were too thin, or the shop vac was too powerful, or whatever. For whatever reason, it would suck them down. So I had to double them up so that they didn't collapse. But this is the assembly in there. It just, the one that comes from your sawdust source is just kind of angled off to the side. And the other one comes straight through the center. And it works. Works really well. It fills up really fast. Definitely fills up quick. So, the 5-gallon buckets, they've got this little lip on the top of them, that little folded over portion. In order to get them to fit together, I had to cut that portion off. But then it just slots right together. Works really well. Like, surprisingly well. I could probably use bigger hosing. But this is just a couple of PVC connectors. Like, what is it? I think it's 2 butt connectors, one on each side of the tub of the bucket, and then the elbows and stuff, and then the little regular PVC pipe extension pieces. If I was to do it again, I would do it out of something larger. Because those fill up super quick. Oh, yeah, Josh, this would work out a lot better. So, I've ran this. Let's see what's in my shop vac. I've ran this. The last time I ran this, it was on my router. Let me drag all this over here so you can see what's in this. So there's what's in the bin, right? And I hook it up to my sander quite a bit. And there's the filter, and I haven't cleaned this filter in a very long time. In fact, it does need to be knocked off. Knock the dust off of it, because it's starting to get plugged up a bit. You can see I generally just smack it on the floor. Cave it in. But it works. It works very well. Is it the most efficient way to do it? Probably not. But it does work extremely well. This one's a Craftsman. It was on sale at Lowe's. Actually, I think it was on clearance. I got it because they didn't have any Bowers in stock in the 5-gallon size or 10-gallon size, whatever size that is. Yeah, so I bought that one. and it's super quiet, that Craftsman. But I hear the Bauer ones are really good. I mean, a shop vac's a shop vac, right? But if I did it again, I would use a bigger container. They do make. I've seen them on like Amazon and stuff, and different woodworkers I've scrolled into have had a few. Um, where you can take like one of those big plastic round trash cans and put the you make a top for it, right? Like a plywood top, and they've got a little plastic cyclone that goes on there and hooks to your dust collector or your shop vac. Um, I would probably do that. Yeah, a 55-gallon drum would probably work too. Um, this size is really convenient. It's portable, right? It's easy to move around. But it does fill up quick. And once you fill up one 5-gallon bucket, like you have that all that extra space here, right, for the second one. But then it becomes a huge pain to empty it. And yeah, like Runic says, it works really great unless you put it on like a planer. And then it's full a lot. Very very quickly it gets full. And my planer has the blower in it. Um, so I don't use it on that very often, but I did use it when I was running cedar pickets through the planer, and it took about I don't know 4 or 5 boards to pack that thing full of cedar shavings, and it was packed in there like a brick. It was stupidly packed in there. I could have mixed in a little resin and had a big old wooden block. Yeah, bigger hoses and a bigger container, and I think you'd be great with a on a planer. Like I said, maybe a 55-gallon drum, maybe one of those big round plastic trash cans or metal trash cans, whatever you want. Although metal would probably get very staticky. I don't know. If it's sitting on the ground though, it should discharge. I know that gets very staticky, and it's sitting on concrete. But for running things like the router, the jointer, the hand sander, palm sander stuff, all that kind of stuff, this thing works great. And it does keep most of the fines out of the filter. Yeah. That's an issue I ran into with a cheap one that I had bought off marketplace. I can't remember the brand of it. It couldn't keep up with the planer, and so the hose from between the planer and the dust collector would plug up. But it might have been the flex tubing stuff that I was using. That could have been it. I don't know. Probably it was probably only like a half horsepower dust collector. It wasn't that great. It was. I don't even think it was 4 inch. I think it was a 3 inch. I don't have it anymore. I gave it away. But I have another one in the house that's a 4 inch. That's 1.5 horse, I think. Maybe two horse. I can't remember. Oh yeah, you had a good one. Yeah, that one should have kept up. So the other what I'm gonna do here in a bit when I get my dust collector set up is my dust collector, like the blower thing, is gonna sit up here above the roof, right? And all my piping is gonna just drop down, and it's gonna blow outside through the wall into a bin, and it's gonna put all my shavings outside in a bin, and then I'm gonna have a return air come in with the bag on it or a filter, whatever, so that I can keep some of the conditioned air in here. Oh, That's cool. Oh man, I can't remember who it was that I seen do. They did a downdraft table for. I want to say it was probably for sanding, so probably much smaller airflow requirements. Um, but all they did was they built a hollow box, right? I think they might have had some reinforcements in there. Uh, and then on the top piece, they put a bunch of dog holes in it to pull the air down. They said it worked really good for sanding, but right now I'm just gonna have a window unit in here. Um, but later on, I'm gonna put a mini split up. Uh, I just don't know when that's gonna happen yet. I still have to hook my power up out here. Currently, just running off of whatever 15 amp out or breaker his shop's running on. That'll be sometime. The power will get done this year, this summer. The dust collector should get done this summer. The solar kiln should get done this summer. Oh, the Dremel. Okay. All right, I got you. Yeah, I don't remember if that guy had just one shop vac or if he hooked it up to his dust collector. He might have hooked it up to a dust collector. I can't remember. I thought it was a really cool idea, and then I was like, I'm not dedicating a whole table just to sanding. That's nonsense. Oh, pegboard. And it's small holes. You're not putting like 1 inch holes in it. Or having to lay out a grid of holes. Yeah, something underneath it to stiffen it up, and that's perfect. Or sounds perfect. Yeah, Norris, let us know how that downdraft table works out. That sounds like a cool idea. If you guys bear with me for a few minutes, I'll come out and I'll hang out with you guys. I gotta let my dog out. So give me just a few minutes and I'll be right back. He usually doesn't take long. He's old. He doesn't want to be outside at all. Give me just a few minutes. All right. Sorry about that. Hey, he's on a schedule. I miss the schedule. He gets very unhappy about it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like a terrible idea. Like, especially, I mean, if they're similar. How you doing, Noel? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. We're just hanging out now. We're gonna see. I'm debating on if I want to start sanding the end caps or not. Like, I really need to, but I just don't want to anymore. Already sanded for like 2 hours today. I should have broken it up. That's what I should have done. I should have, you know, did one, sanded it, and then the next day build one, and then sand it later on, like break it up. We're building a rocking bassinet. There's one of the side panels. And then over there is the end caps right there. There's the other side panel that's been sanded. There's the uprights, and figure out how to move my hand here. There's the 2 feet. And up there on the lumber rack is the stretcher. That's going to hold the 2 side pieces. Have a reason to buy a new one? There you go. So that Craftsman, I bought it from Lowe's. It was on clearance. I didn't know it was on clearance. I just went there because I couldn't think of anywhere else that would have cheap shop vacs, and mine burned up. I had a black one. It must have been a shop vac brand, but it burned up. And so I go to Lowe's, like Harbor Freight. The Bauer one was out of stock. They didn't have any other 5-gallon ones, and so I go to Lowe's, and they've got the Craftsman ones in there that were on clearance, and I was like, "Oh, hot dang!" Thank you, Noel. I appreciate that. All done with basic tools. Well, sort of basic tools. You can go to Lowe's and buy them all. Home Depot, whatever. I can't remember what I paid for that shop vac. I want to say it was super cheap. Like $20 or $30, super cheap. And it's so quiet. I like it. What's my name? My name's Dan. Oh, you're not rude. Ask questions. I'll answer. There was something else I was going to say. I can't remember. Oh, hi. I have no idea. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. But, hi. Nice to meet you too, Noel. Noel. I'm going to just call you Noel. That seems right. So I'm going to have a gas heater out here, natural gas heater. And, you know, that's a good question. And I'm going to have a natural gas heater out here so I can maintain heat. Just constant. And I think I'm going to put, and then I'm going to get a mini split. Probably one that does heat as well. And just put it on the word up here. Or on the wall up here. That way I'll have heat and AC and I can condition the shop better. But I wasn't, it was brought to my attention, actually. It wasn't something I had thought about. Pulling all the dust outside, all the dirt or sawdust. This is a very small shop. You'll empty this air out of this shop real quick. Start pulling a vacuum. And then it's just going to bring cold air in or hot air in. And you're going to lose all that conditioning that you did, the heat, AC, whatever. So I came up with the idea to put the return line in. I don't know if it's going to work well. We'll find out. Do I have a big house or a small house? I got a medium-sized house. Do I like peace and quiet? Absolutely. All right, Runic, take care, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you later. I'll try to stop by tomorrow. I absolutely love peace and quiet, Noel. Absolutely love it. I think I'm going to be lazy for the rest of the day, though. And I don't think I'm going to sand anymore. What I'll probably do is I'll probably go live tomorrow morning for a bit and sand that. And then go off and do the other stuff that I need to do. So I'll just spend the rest of the evening doing some stuff that I was going to do tomorrow morning. And I can kind of break it up. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think that's a good idea. Oh, Norse, do you have who was it that was talking about building a dust collection box? Was it you, Norse? Was it the downdraft table? Maybe it was the downdraft table we were talking about. Could you use... So, you know how you have those air filters, right? That they put on the ceiling, right? Like the ones I'm going to build. Like you just build a box, put some furnace filters on it, and a fan. Could you do something like that? Like in your table, maybe build your table, right, and then have a fan underneath it, maybe, or on the side, blowing into maybe a box like that to catch the sawdust. I don't know what kind of pull it would have through like a downdraft table, but it works really good for cleaning the air out. I think it's too much. Yeah. That's the only other idea I got. Sorry, bud. You want to be friends? Sure, Noel. Sure. Hit the subscribe button. Come check me out. I go live a bit. You have an air cleaner in your carving booth, but it's in the roof. Gotcha. So I'm going to build one. I'm going to build one on the roof. It's just going to be a better version of that, right? I put that up to see if it actually did anything, and it does wonders. All right. Cool beans, Noel. Cool beans. So I'm going to build one up on the roof to do that. And instead of have that thing there, do a much better version of it. Probably work out better. I just didn't know if that something like that attached to your table would actually have the pull. I never like put a put a meter behind it or anything. It's kind of weird because you're. I mean, don't make it weird. Don't make it weird, Noel. Just be cool. Just be cool. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Wonder. See, now I'm curious if I could use a similar design. I'm gonna have to build mine to see on it to see what kind of airflow it has. All right, Noel, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Because I wonder if I could use one. Because like a miter saw, dust collection for a miter saw is pretty well worthless. But I wonder if you could build one of those boxes and like have it by the miter saw. Maybe like if your saw is against the wall, put it again on the wall next to the saw, right behind it, whatever. And if it would be able to pull the dust from the miter saw. I don't know. I'm curious. I have to get around to. I have to build mine soon, so that I can test it. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. But we've been live for 4 hours now. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, your Dremel probably doesn't. Yeah, and a miter saw is going to throw chips. Dremel, I'm assuming, is throwing bigger chips. Yeah, you'd need a little bit more pull for that. Meh. Your idea is probably the better way to go. Probably the more efficient way to go. Although, if you do have two different shop vacs, right, that are pulling different amounts of air, instead of having them fight each other, you could divide the box. Right, so this shop vac is pulling this half of the box, and then this shop vac is pulling this half of the box. Combine them all for the best effect, right? Hmm. Now I kind of want a downdraft table. I don't know what I would do with it, but although a downdraft, I wonder if a downdraft table for the laser would work out. It wouldn't be holes. Oh, fair enough. So the downdraft for a laser, for my laser anyway, wouldn't be holes. I'd have a metal plate with like gapping on the sides so that it would pull air down the sides or maybe out one back or whatever. That'd probably work out. Put a filter on, blow it outside. Hey, what's up, Brian? How you doing? Doing a silencer box. Interesting. I assume you're talking like silencer for the shop vacs. No problem, Brian. We're gonna be heading off here pretty soon. I sanded for like 2 hours this morning. I don't want to sand anymore. So I think I'm gonna call it an early day instead of going for another 4 hours. Oh yeah, I could see it. Yeah, I think mine has a filter in there. I think that's what makes it a little quieter. Like some sort of a foam thing in it. We do need to make some plans. I agree. But I think what I'm gonna do is I think tomorrow morning I'll come out and I'll sand this. I'll go live, and then when we get this one sanded, I'll call it a day. So we won't be assembling it this weekend, but we should be able to assemble it by next weekend for sure. Because I can sand the other 2 panels during the week. And do the laser engraving. We'll just sit out here one day and shoot the breeze while the laser's running. Yeah, well. But all right, guys. I think we're gonna call her a day today. I hope everyone enjoys their weekend. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. Maybe don't do a few things that I would do. Depends on how friendly you are with your local police force, I guess. So thanks for hanging out with me tonight, guys, or today. And I hope everyone has a great Memorial weekend. All right. We'll catch you guys tomorrow if you want to hang out. Have a good night or good afternoon.